Absolutely. Does that sound better?
That's much better.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Good afternoon. I now call the meeting to order, followed by the reading of the land acknowledgement. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetang-Washing. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nation, Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of the shared sustainable and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. Madam Clerk, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, June 28, 2023 be received and adopted.
All in favor? That is passed. And Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary, please?
Moved by Hutchinson, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that Rule 1420A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
All in favor? That is carried. And Madam Clerk, may we have a motion? Oh, sorry. May we? Are there anyone who has to disclose a pecuniary interest? I see Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Item 4D regarding the short-term accommodation enforcement legal opinion. I have a conflict because I own a bed and breakfast in Ward 5.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else at this time? I see none. Okay, so may I have a motion to go into closed session, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 2:07 p.m. to discuss labor relations, employee negotiations, personal matters about an identifiable individual, performance management, and solicitor-client privilege, litigation affecting the municipality, short-term accommodation enforcement / legal opinion.
All in favor? Thank you very much. We'll see everyone in closed, and then we should be back well before 4 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
performance management, and that item 4D be brought forward to item 19, closed session items, unfinished business.
All in favor? That's carried. And Madam Clerk, may we have a motion for item 4C emanating from closed session, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Young. Be it resolved, one, that the confidential verbal information and confidential correspondence dated June 26, 2023, and presented by Robin Dunn, CAO/acting clerk, re labor relations, employee negotiations, personal matters about an identifiable individual, performance management be received, and two, that the CAO proceed as outlined.
All in favor? That is carried. I'd like to welcome everyone to the chamber today. We're going to jump to item 6, the recognition and achievements. We have 3 individuals that we want to recognize today. Graydon Knapp, recipient of a first place finish in the International Online Caribou Mathematics Competition with well over 2,000 participants. An amazing achievement. We also want to recognize the Citizen of the Year, Judith Banwell, and the Senior Citizen of the Year, Pauline Chappell. So Councillor Deputy Mayor Lavoie is going to actually give a bit of background on each, and then we're going to ask you to come forward and for pictures and the receiving of your awards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's with great pride that the Township, I'm going to stand for this because I think the mayor is going to go around to the center of the horseshoe to acknowledge the parties in person. First up is Graydon Knapp. If we could have young Graydon, there he is. He's the winner of the 2023 Caribou Mathematics Competition, aka also known as the Caribou Cup. Graydon is a grade 2 student from Guthrie Public School, so congratulations, Graydon. In May, Graydon placed first overall out of 2,946 students worldwide in the Caribou Math Contest. The Caribou Cup is a worldwide online math competition intended to make math fun. Imagine that, while fostering the love of math by motivating students to keep learning and never give up. So we're off to a good start for that. Guthrie teachers Miss Sillis and Miss Terrian encouraged Graydon to enter the competition, and they are very proud of him. So let's hear a little round of applause for young Graydon.
On behalf of the council, the Township of Oro-Medonte, we want to present you with the certificate of your great accomplishment being first place, and look forward to a great successful future you have, your brilliant young man. Smile. We have a gift bag for you here, bud.
Ooh.
There you go, here's that. And then
If you need any help carrying that, the mayor is only happy to help out. Once again, thank you very much. Wow. The second recipient today is Judith Banville, the 2023 Oro-Medonte Citizen of the Year. Judith is past the grade 2 level already, and as a consequence has many more accomplishments, and which is why she's being recognized as Citizen of the Year. She's a true ambassador of Oro-Medonte. Judith is the founder and administrator of the township-wide Facebook group, Oro-Medonte Life. This group started in 2014. Since the beginning of the pandemic, it grew from 300 members to 2,000 members. The group celebrates and shares good news stories, information, events, and the history of the township. Active, longtime member of the Craighurst Women's Institute, she assists in fundraising, supports the group at the Oro World's Fair, attends community events, participates in bake sales and yard sales, and provides Christmas shut-in care packages and teddy bear packages to ambulances. Judith is also the founder and organizer of Show and Tell Simcoe County, which is a nonprofit group providing opportunities for residents to share personal and historical stories at free storytelling events. Partnering with the Craighurst Women's Institute, Judith facilitated 2 Tales of the Penetanguishene Road events, celebrating early settlers, family stories, and artifacts. This event raised money for the Craighurst Women's Institute through donations. Judith was nominated for a Governor General Award for her efforts in researching and recruiting participants for the 30th anniversary Barrie Tornado Remembered event, where 200 people attended and shared their stories of that day in 1985. The event helped people find closure and heal from trauma. Judith is a dedicated and active member of Grace United Church, which serves many Oro-Medonte residents. Within the church, she organizes fundraisers such as concerts, silent auctions, online auctions, and church suppers. In 2020, Judith began growing plants to sell, raising money to support the Amarok Society, which transforms the lives of women and children in Bangladesh through literacy and nutrition. Judith is a director of the Simcoe County Historical Association, a volunteer with several local theater companies, sits as the secretary on the Ryerson University Barrie Alumni Branch. She has volunteered at W.R. Best Public School and Eastview Secondary School. You can find Judith picking up garbage along Horseshoe Valley Road, give her a honk, or Penetanguishene Road to keep our community clean. Thank you, Judith. If you are collecting empties in your garage, Judith has an ongoing bottle drive to raise funds in support of Feline Fix. In 2017, Judith was the recipient of the John Graves Simcoe Medal of Excellence for Community Volunteer Activities. In 2019, she was the recipient of the Theater by the Bay Volunteer of the Year. May we please have Judith Banville come forward.
Certificate on behalf of Oro-Medonte. Thank you for all your years of service and support. People like you is what we're all proud of, and this is a plaque that will stay here and will have hung in the corridor of the township office. So thank you for everything, and congratulations. Well, here, we'll get some here as well.
Let's hear it again for Judith. Thank you very much, Judith. You'll be in the Hall of Fame. And our third recipient of the day today is Pauline Chappell, 2023 Ontario Senior of the Year. Pauline is the owner and operator of Chappell Farms with her husband and family. Pauline says it was always intended to be a location to bring families together for fun and learning about farm life and the farm-to-table concept. Pauline feels it's an honor to be part of bringing joy and tradition to other families. In addition to this concept, Pauline's focus is on providing all children with equal opportunity. She's an active member of her church community. She's a big supporter of sports in the community, such as hockey, ringette, figure skating, and baseball. She's a supporter of the 4-H Club, an active member of the Women's Institute. She's been known to lead her staff in a calm and encouraging demeanor, never bossy, listens to everyone, and celebrates their individuality. She supports their weaknesses and uses them as a learning opportunity. You may have seen Pauline volunteering her time at many community events and at a church, and if she believes it will be positive for the community, she will give it her time. Pauline has been the coordinator of the church infrastructure, Sunday school, camps, dinners, fundraisers, sponsorship programs, Relay for Life, and countless other committees. For over 40 years, Pauline has organized a Christmas sponsorship program in the church for families in need. Pauline continues to be a very active member of our community and would be happy to talk to anyone about her experiences, and even more happy to listen to yours. Pauline, may we have you step forward? Congratulations, Pauline.
Thank you very much for all the work and effort you put into the community over the years. And an important thing to mention, the chapels are hosting the farmers market this summer. So, you know, Saturday definitely drop by and visit them. And then this is also a certificate here. We'll get a picture for your husband so you can.
There you go.
Vanessa, this is what it is when you're a celebrity. So. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Congratulations, Pauline.
There you go.
I want to congratulate all three recipients today. You know, it's people like you that put Oro-Medonte on the map, and what makes Oro-Medonte such a great community to live in. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, for reading the background material.
My distinct pleasure.
Okay, so we also have correspondence from the Ontario Municipal Administrators Association regarding a recognition of a fourth recipient of Robin Dunn CAO. May we have a motion for this item, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Young. Be it resolved, one, that the correspondence dated June 9, 2023 from Ontario Municipal Administrators Association, OMMA, read Long Service Recognition Award for Robin Dunn, CAO, read Long Service Recognition Awards be received, and two, that Robin Dunn, CAO, be recognized under the mayor's signature.
Thank you. Before, it's kind of funny, it's the only one that gets a motion. But I want to thank CAO Dunn for all the hard work, not only you've done with this organization, but also within this township. And I think it's a huge accolades when your peers that you work with recognize the years of service and the quality of service you bring to the organization. So I commend you and thank you for that and for being a part of this township. Is there any other comments or questions at this time? Because Robin always likes questions, so. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, I'd just like to add my congratulations and also thanks for the efforts that you put forth to bringing this new council on board. I know that wasn't an easy task, and for your commitment to stay for a period of time to permit us to get our feet and to be successful on behalf of the township and staff. So thank you very much, Robin.
Thank you. Okay. So we're going to jump back now just to play catch up. We'll jump back to item 5A. May we have a motion for item 5A, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Shall. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, June 14, 2023 be received and adopted as printed and circulated, and that the draft minutes of the Heritage Committee meeting held on Monday, June 19, 2023 be received.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yeah, sorry. I believe my name is on the minutes as in attendance, but I was not here. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll note it as amended for that correction.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'll call a vote. All in favor? That is passed. So, Madam Clerk, do we have to pass motion, the Heritage Committee 5B, do we have to pass them individually, or can we pass them all as one?
They would be individual motions as outlined in the draft minutes. They would be individual for the four motions.
Perfect. May we have the motions for the Heritage Committee minutes then, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that per motion number HC 230619-4 of the Heritage Committee meeting, read correspondence from Tim Crawford, matters for consideration. A, the discussion paper re Kahegwe/Champlain be received. B, that the request to include the supplement to the Oro-African Church book by Tim Crawford be received for information, and a revised insert be included on the township's website. C, that the request to replace the missing mini plaque attached to the Hawkstone Rail Trail stone be included in the appropriate list and referred to future budget deliberations. D, that when written authority is received, per motion number C 190522-8, the Legend of the Drinking Gourd book be posted on the township's website. The said book be reproduced by township staff upon request in accordance with the township fees and charges bylaw. That the bullet stating staff investigate the cost of reprinting the book and bring back the matter to a future Heritage Committee meeting of motion number C 190522-8 be rescinded. 2, that the applicant be advised of Heritage Committee/Council's decision under the Mayor and Heritage Committee Chair's signature.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. May we have motion number 2, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Lavoie, per motion number HC 230619-6 of the Heritage Committee meeting, whereas the Oro-Medonte Heritage Committee have been made aware of inconsistencies on the various plaques installed at the National Historic Site, Oro-African Church. And whereas the federal government have initiated a review and modernization of the verbiage listed at national historic sites throughout Canada. Now therefore be it resolved that correspondence be sent under the Mayor and Heritage Committee Chair's signature to the applicable federal representatives, including Member of Parliament Doug Shipley, to respectfully request that the national plaques at the Oro-African Church be reviewed and updated.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And may we have motion number 3 read, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchinson, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that per motion number HC 230619-10, POL PR 0113 be repealed and replaced with policy POL Plan 013, Municipal Heritage Register Policy version 2, updated June 14, 2023, and hereby adopted. 2, that staff be delegated authority to prepare and maintain the appropriate appendices contained in POL Plan 013 to give effect to the Municipal Heritage Register Policy.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. And motion number 4, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchinson. Be it resolved that per motion number HC 230619-12 of the Heritage Committee meeting, bylaw number 2019-021, Heritage Committee be waived to allow the Heritage Committee to meet once in the summer, date to be determined.
Any questions or comments? None? Call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And that wraps up number 5. We'll jump to number 7 for under public meetings. Madam Clerk, has there been anyone registered to speak?
For open forum?
Oh, sorry, no, no, my apologies, that's my mistake. Public meetings, there's none. We'll go to number 8, deputations. And I understand Jennifer Cohen is in the audience. Please come to the podium, Jennifer. Sorry, what is it? Okay, well, my apology. I guess we are ahead of time. We're in the express lane at the supermarket, it seems. So let's put that on pause. Let's go, just as housekeeping matters, identification of the public agenda of interest. Are there any items of people in the chamber, other than yourself, of moving things forward? We will deal with you at 4:45, just because we have to wait, because it's timed on the agenda. And then we could move, Madam Clerk, can we move to item 10, open forum? And do we have anyone registered to speak?
Yes, we received one registration, Mr. Mayor, and he is in the waiting room. If we can ask IT to count him in to provide his open forum comments. It's Marcus von Redden regarding item 11A on the agenda.
Okay, perfect. Hey, Marcus, please go ahead if you can hear us.
Your Worship, Mayor Greenlaw, good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. So whenever you're ready, if you want to go ahead and speak, and welcome, by the way. So.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here again. I'm sorry. Yeah, dear Worship, dear Council, I guess as it relates to agenda item 11A and agenda item 18A, you are aware of probably why I'm here. I sent out a letter which you have all probably well received. So being in the process of, first of all, working in excellent time and matter with your township staff, I have to say thank you very much, first of all, helping us get through the site plan approval and process and to become a future citizen at the township of Oro-Medonte. We are planning to build a 120,000 square foot industrial manufacturing facility. With that, the cost of the development is significant, not just high cost, but also materials, labor, site prep, and so on, soft cost, anything of that nature. So where I'm getting at is we are asking for specific evidence of the development charges applicable to that development, because we are not comfortable with the development charges as they stand today, and to become a responsible industrial community partner in the township of Oro-Medonte. So we are willing to pay reasonable development charges. However, across North America, with our sister companies and in Ontario, we see that those development charges are not within reason. September 7th, 2022 is when the Council of the Township of Oro-Medonte voted in favor of amending its development charges bylaw and to implement a discount to the current non-residential development charge. From then on, no decision has been taken, and we are progressing with our process, and the process takes care of itself. So for over 9 months, we have not seen any movement from the township. So we're almost ready to receive building permit, and the decision is pending. So we find that honestly a little bit unacceptable. And within the letter, we have stated that there are ways that we are not wanting to go down the legal route against the township because we want to collaborate. So I would highly appreciate to take that decision ASAP, because we are only weeks away from site plan approval. With that comes building permit. So I think we have seen all the reports. Thank you for that. We are very excited to become a citizen of the township of Oro-Medonte, but we need a quick response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Council members, is there any questions you have for Marcus at this time? Seeing none? No? Okay. No, that's good. Thank you very much, and CAO Dunn.
Mr. Mayor, I'm mindful of the timed item, but perhaps in conjunction with Ms. Morrow's 11A, it lays out not only direction from council regarding a refresh on a background study, it also poses an opportunity for council to weigh in on the request from Mr. Von Redden. I'm not certain if 10 minutes will do it justice, though, Mr. Mayor.
No, but no, that's what I was going to suggest. If we dealt with 11A right now, I think Nellie, not to rush you, but do you think we will be able to do that in a fairly efficient manner with what's on the agenda?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to discuss the report that I prepared for council's consideration, if you are.
Okay, so if we can please proceed with, well, let me close the loop of open forum. Is there anyone else registered to speak, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and is there anybody within the chamber who would like to speak right now about an item on the agenda? Ms. Truans, would you like to come towards the mic then and just as the formality, please state your name and your address, I believe, or no, only name now, you don't have to give your address.
Ann Truians, and I live in Edgar.
Madam Clerk?
If we could just have council's consent, please, because per the procedural bylaw, open forum is to register, so if we could have that consent, please.
Yeah,
To
is
proceed.
everyone okay with this? Yes, we do, thank you.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, Ms. Truan.
Yes, I'd like to comment on 11B, the township sign strategy.
Okay.
I would just like to comment about a sign in Dalston that used to welcome people to the township. It was right near the corner, and people driving east on the Old Berry Road would see the welcoming sign there. The plow took it out about 3 years ago, and it has never been replaced, even though I contacted the township a couple of times to remind them to replace it, and it never has been replaced. So I wondered if it will be replaced this time.
Okay. We're well known for this breaking from procedural. This is not, it's us to receive the information, but what I will ask is, Mr. Binns, are you able to comment on the replacement on,
Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if I could,
No.
please, Ms. Whitley can answer that.
Okay.
It is the report that is on 11B that Ms. Truans is speaking to, and I'm certain that when Jennifer reports out on that staff report, she'll be able to address the query from Ms. Truans.
Okay. Is that fine, Ms. Truans? Okay, thank you very much for your
Okay.
comments.
Thank you.
Okay. Miss Morrow, could you please go ahead with your report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I prepared a report for council's consideration. It is a report that basically commences with an update of the development charges bylaw amendment that was presented to council in later part of 2022. We went through all the requirements that were needed to develop this amended bylaw. Within my report, I also provided a background of those steps that we took to prepare the bylaw, along with Watson and Associates, who prepared that for us. In November, as everyone recalls, the province, I'm trying to find the right word, Bill 23 was issued by the province, and it was, at that time, not a lot of information was provided about Bill 23, and we at that time, and council at the time, were asked to defer, staff asked council to defer the actual approval of that amended bylaw to be brought forward in 2023 once the information about Bill 23 was readily available and actually brought to royal dissent, which it was. And we do have quite a bit more information about Bill 23 and how it will affect the township. So this report is asking council to do a few things. The first part of the report is asking council to review once again that draft bylaw and decide whether or not the township would like to proceed with that bylaw. I am recommending that it not be proceeded with, and that council consider actually moving forward with a detailed, comprehensive DC background study, which would then result in a new DC bylaw for the township of Oro-Medonte, replacing its current bylaw. That is what staff is recommending in this report. And then thirdly, what was also provided in this report was the correspondence from TNR Industrial Doors, which asked the township for a deferral, or not actually a deferral, but a reduction, which is what the original bylaw, amended bylaw, would have resulted in. What we also discussed as with previous council was the idea of allowing for deferral or a delay in payment of DCs. And in my report, I'm also recommending that council consider deferring or delaying payment of DCs to a future date at the point where we would then have the comprehensive, detailed background study with all the information in that to make an informed decision about a new bylaw. But in order to not delay the development of TNR Industrial Doors, to allow that time for there to be a delay in the DC. The agreements can be set up to allow council to create the agreement to benefit not only the township, but also the TNR Industrial Doors, in that the delay would allow for a new bylaw, and he can proceed with his build, knowing that if at such time the new DC allows for a reduction in his development charges, that could happen at a future time. That could be put in the agreement. There's also the availability to allow for exempting any interest charges on that delay. We can also allow for that the expiry of that agreement be at the time that the new bylaw is created. So there's many things that we can do with that agreement that could result in a benefit for the builder as well as the township in this particular case. So I'm guessing if you have any additional questions about my report, because my report does sort of provide a lot more detail about all those items. But I know it's a lot of content, so if there's something in specific you want me to expand on, please let me know.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Morrow. Is any members of council have questions for Ms. Morrow at this time? Councillor Young.
Thank you. How long would that second report take? Do you have any idea? on the DCs. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that could take up to 3 to 4 months to complete.
Any other questions? I guess a couple of points I just want to kind of comment on and get some clarity from you, Ms. Morrow. I know TNR Doors did come before this council last term for a deduction or reduction in their development charges. I believe it was explained at that time, we've always had the only reduction program we had in place was for a payment over time. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at the time that they presented their request, we did not have any direction from council regarding a delay in payment for DCs, although at that time, council did approve that we could enter into a delay agreement with this particular developer. He wasn't really interested in a delay of payment. He was looking for a reduction in DCs.
Okay. And I guess that the other kind of question I have, I just want to confirm, my understanding is we're the third lowest township out of 16 in Simcoe County for development charges on industrial properties.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you are correct.
Okay. So I understand, Mr. Marcus is a very smart businessman, and they did their homework prior to deciding to locate in Oro-Medonte. And I really hope he continues to be a part of this township because it is a wonderful place and we do welcome industrial growth. The thing is, industrial land is limited, and the whole reason the industrial development charge program was put in place was in order to help prepare for future costs and infrastructure for that and the township. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, exactly. Development charges is required for infrastructure that relates to growth. And in my report, I also gave some explanation on, our future growth. We need to analyze that future growth, and we know that our infrastructure, there is an infrastructure gap. With this comprehensive background study, all those items will be brought forth in a very comprehensive report from Watson & Associate, which is exactly why I think that's the best route currently to do, and quite honestly, after receiving all that information from Watson & Associate, some of the options that will also be presented to council could be whether or not they would like to have additional exemptions for non-residential DCs. All those options will be presented during that report from Watson & Associate.
And the bylaw that we passed on the development charges for industrial land, how many years was it and when does it expire?
Our last DC study is set to expire in October of 2024. So really, it's 3 or 4 months before this new DC study would be developed. And also, it does have to go through many steps that the Development Charges Act requires us to provide it to the open public. So there are quite a few steps between now and then before we can pass that bylaw, and which is why I would like to get that started sooner. And also it would encompass the idea of, inflationary costs that we're currently seeing with many of our tenders coming above our budgeted plans. So it would help with those types of things as well.
Okay, no, thank you. And I think you're doing the right steps, and the sooner we can engage this, the better. I guess the last question I had, which is somewhat of a rhetorical question because you answered it last term, and is if we don't collect these DC charges and make everyone pay DC charges throughout the development in the township, where would that gap be made up?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, well, during the budget deliberation, we would know what infrastructure we need to develop. And of course, that would be, if it can't be recovered through DCs, it would have to be recovered in other sources of revenue, mainly taxation.
Okay, so that not in 90-some% of our tax dollar comes from residential households.
You are correct.
Okay, so anyways, I think that kind of draws a picture. Councillor Shell, you have a question?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Nellie. If you're putting forward a mathematical formula to decide how you're going to reduce or increase these development service charges, or is it going to be based on a case-by-case request?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not exactly sure I understand the question, but DCs are developed based on, DC rates are basically developed with the comprehensive DC study. So it would be Watson and Associates that would be letting us know what the DC rate is based on a very comprehensive amount of information, which we would provide them in what our 10-year plan is for infrastructure due to growth. It also looks at our growth perspective, and the plans are master plans that have been developed. So it does look at many different components to then determine what the best DC rate is that we should be using. And then it's component, we also have it split down by multi-residential versus residential rates. So it's quite comprehensive, and all that would be provided with that comprehensive DC study.
Supplemental?
Yes, supplemental. Thank you. I'm thinking commercial properties or industrial properties. The first one in on the block is going to be the first one in. Do they pay more than the others, or is it include figuring out how many more potential lots are going to be or could be developed in there that could spread the cost out evenly among all of the properties?
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. The DC rate is very specific to what the build is. It's based on square footage. And I just wanted to reiterate that it is council's decision on passing that bylaw with that additional information, what those rates will be.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Nellie. So with the report that you're looking to have developed for us, will it give us the comparables for communities within Simcoe County as to what their DC charges are? And my question, really what I want to make a point of is I watched this conversation go on with the previous council, and there was multiple references to a neighbor of our neighboring community of ours not having DC charges. That statement actually was not correct. They have DC charges, but they had waived them for a period of time. So I just want to make sure that if we're getting that type of information, that we're very clear on what actual DC charges are being charged by neighboring communities.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. They're in the comprehensive study. It includes the entire area of Simcoe County. They do provide us, we get put on a scale to tell us where we fit with the DC studies, DC rate, sorry. And first, absolutely, they do provide very much detail in all the other municipalities around us, including the county of Simcoe.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yes, thank you very much for your comments, and thank you very much for your comprehensive report, Nellie. I do think the matter with regard to DCs, particularly as they relate to non-residential DCs, was a matter that did come up during the last campaign and election. It actually was an election item. And I think I heard on plenty of doors that residential taxpayers were not interested in funding industrial growth. And I think there's a general principle that growth pays for growth. And as far as our tax base goes, we're very happy to be able to diversify it. We would like to see it diversified along Highway 11 and in the employment zones around the airport, and we will do so judiciously with partners who are willing to partner responsibly with us. So that's just a personal perspective I'm providing on it, and I hope that developers of non-residential lands understand that. And it's not in my interests to see us put those costs on the existing residential taxpayers who bear a significant burden as it stands. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, I want to thank Ms. Morrow for your well-written report, but I appreciate the time you've put into this. And I also want to ensure, Marcus, that we are happy to have him a part of our township, and we welcome business to our township. But you know, we want respectful, responsible, and sustainable businesses that are here, and it's a partnership, and everyone, there are development charges, and I don't think this council, I can from discussing matters with my colleagues individually, that we all have a responsibility to pay our own freight as we evolve along. So thank you very much for that. So Madam Clerk, may we have a motion for this item? And I believe the mover and seconder will have to, what we need to be put in the decision.
Correct. Moved by Clark, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved, 1, that FI 2023-03 Nellie Morrow, Director Finance, Chief Financial Officer, Redevelopment Charges Bylaw Amendment Update be received and adopted. 2, that draft bylaw number 2022-090, deferred at the November 9th, 2022 council meeting, per motion number C 221109-6 be defeated, and that the Township of Oro-Medonte continues to follow the Township's Development Charges Bylaw number 2019-100 as approved by Council on October 23rd, 2019, until the passing of a new development charge bylaw. 3, that Council contract Watson and Associates Economists Limited to provide a comprehensive development charges background study required by the Development Charges Act for an updated Township of Oro-Medonte development charges bylaw. 4, that Council approves or respectfully denies the request by TNR Industrial Doors, Inc. to reduce development charges fees for a proposed site plan application. 5, that draft bylaw number 2022-090, item 18A, be withdrawn.
Okay, so the mover and seconder, Madam Clerk, so just to be clear for the mover and seconder, so that they're comfortable with what we've identified, it is to approve or to decline the request?
Correct. It's outlined on number 4 of the report. The mover is Councillor Clark and the seconder is Councillor Bard. And number 4 of that report indicates that Council approves or respectfully denies the request by TNR Industrial Doors, Inc. to reduce development charges fees for a proposed site plan application.
Councillor Bard, Councillor Clark, what would you like added in there?
We're declining that, are we not?
To decline, I guess, Madam Clerk, is what they've put on the floor, is to decline.
Thank you. So I will strike approves. So that line will read that Council respectfully denies the request by TNR Industrial Doors, Inc. to reduce development charges fees for a proposed site plan application.
Okay, Council's no comments or questions other than that. If not, then I'll call the vote. Okay, all in favor? That is carried. Is everything okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to now go back to deputations with Jennifer. Is it Coheen? Okay.
Excuse me, Mr.
No,
Mayor.
I'm not. Sorry. Is it back to the item or this?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
There was another piece of the puzzle with respect to staff report 11A, and with council making a determination to respectfully deny the request, there was another articulation coming out of that the deputy clerk has something drafted, and Ms. Morrow would like to comment on. Please, Mr. Mayor. Apologize.
Sorry, yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add that I'm not sure if Marcus is still online. And although Marcus had indicated he did not want to delay a payment plan previously in 2022, I did in my report offer that to council if they wanted to consider if he was interested in a delayed payment plan to move forward with that and create a deferred payment plan. Although in Marcus's original request, it was literally to reduce his DCs. I'm wondering if he's still interested in the delayed payment option.
Okay. Marcus, I see you're back. You're back there. You're unmuted. Please go ahead. Did you get Ms. Morrow's comments, Marcus?
Thank you, Mayor. It's Marcus. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I guess not to confuse the matter, but to back up, yes, initially I was not interested in a delayed payment plan. However, I think Ms. Moore also presented whether there is suggested a deferral to council to say we are getting probably delayed to pay the development charges until the new bylaw by the end of next year has been passed. I have not heard anything of that matter. So if there's an option to
I think I'm going
payment
to
of the development charges until the new bylaw has been passed, that is definitely something we could discuss.
Yeah, I think what you're asking is that there are no the payment plans are deferred until the new bylaw is passed.
That is correct.
Okay, I don't think that was the appetite or the desire of council to defer, but I will floor that as a question for council to consider.
That's appreciated. I just want to refer back to a part of my letter, which you can read in my third last paragraph is we may be forced to take different routes if we are confronted to pay the development charges according to the bylaw today.
Okay, but what we're suggesting is being paid today can be paid in installments over time. So we're not asking for it to be all paid up immediately. It's what was previously in our bylaws with the old DC charges model, was that we would allow payments over time rather than them all being collected at once. So that is what currently is there. I will ask my colleagues if there is anyone who wants the floor motion to defer their DC charges until the new bylaw, if a new bylaw comes out of the consultant report, until that time, or stick to the current bylaw that payments would be a payment plan can be put in place now. So if someone wants to, Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, I'll table the motion for a deferred payment plan and also consideration for whatever DC charges are recommended by the report when it comes out, insofar as whatever other accommodations could be made at that time. But nonetheless, I think the issue being that there will be development services charges paid in the amount determined by the current bylaw or the new bylaw, and any other considerations over that period of time.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. My only concern with how the deputy has articulated it is if the report comes back and the development charges increase, then you could potentially be into a greater cost, Marcus, and that's I want to look out for you as within the regulations that are there. But if when the report comes back and the new bylaw passes and it goes from 3.5% to 4.5%, 5%, then the cost potentially would increase. Nellie, sorry, you can comment further.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to comment that the delay payment agreement can be scripted in a way that council prefers. It can be that we could add a section that talks about the DCs would be the lesser of the current DC rates, or those that are just in case the rates do increase, then Marcus would not be paying the increased rates. It could be created to waive interest, and it, of course, I just wanted to add that the DC Act actually allows for this type of deferral. It's not our DC bylaw that allows it. It is actually the DC Act, which is why we can enter into such agreement, and that agreement can be set as the council wishes.
No, thank you very much for that clarity, Deputy Mayor, or sorry, well, Councillor Clark, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Nelly, thank you for that clarification. And if possible, I'd like to second the motion of Deputy Mayor Lavoie, provided that language is in there of the lesser of both the current DC charges and the potential future DC charges.
Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Nelly. Do we have any other applications at this status right now, as this one is pending?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do not have any other non-residential applications that would meet this, and we do not have any other deferral agreements in place currently.
Great, thank you.
No. Thank you. So, okay, so do you want me to give you a minute to formulate a motion? Okay.
Yes, please. And I do apologize, Jennifer, like, we had you 15 minutes ahead of time, and now we got you 15 minutes, 20 minutes behind time.
But it's fascinating. Yeah, no kidding.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff have drafted a motion which I can place on the floor for council's consideration.
Please.
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that further to item 11A, FI 2023-03, council approve a customized deferral agreement which includes DC rates be payable at the lesser of the 2023 DC rates or the amended DC rates resulting from the newly adopted DC bylaw and include a zero interest rate, and that the Director of Finance / Chief Financial Officer be authorized to execute the deferral agreement.
Okay, thank you. Is there a time parameter on that that should be placed into that? That like this will happen, Ms. Morrow, between the, like, when will the bylaw come back on the recommendations of?
So the bylaw could take, through you, Mr. Mayor, the bylaw could take 3 to 4 months to actually develop. So we could be 5 months from now, but it would be before the end of this year, I would imagine, that new DC bylaw would be created.
Okay.
In the meantime, this agreement could include installments between now and then. And if you would like, I can bring the agreement to council for approval before we finalize it.
Okay, so this motion would be just for the direction of, is that what you're?
We could add to this motion that that the director, myself, is authorized to execute the deferral agreement to be brought forward to council for approval.
Okay. Is that fine with the mover and seconder?
Do you want to reread it?
No, you don't have to reread it again if you don't want to, but if you really want to, it's up to you. But so, anyways, Jennifer, would you like to have it reread again? Are you okay? Okay. So everyone's heard it and understands it, so I'm going to call a vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Now, I want to thank Jennifer for her amazing patience, but I believe Jennifer Whitley, would you like to make some opening comments in regards to this, please?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to do opening remarks. We have been working very closely with many of the internet service providers in and around the township over the last couple of years, building on relationships and advocacy on behalf of the township. So I just wanted to reiterate that and the importance of that, building relationships and continuing conversations. So today, on behalf of Rogers, we have Jen and Neil here today to do a deputation, and just wanted to say thank you to them for their time working with me over the years and back and forth, and just excited for future opportunities and what they're here to talk about today. So I'm going to welcome Jen and Neil to do their presentation today. Thank you.
Welcome, Neil. Sorry, I didn't want to exclude you, but Jen and Neil, welcome to Oro-Medonte, and please, when you're ready, we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Do we have the presentation ready? Okay, great. All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Greenlaw, and Council. My name is Jennifer Goheen, and I'm here with my colleague Neil Kinerney, and we are representing Rogers Communications, and we will be presenting Rogers broadband expansion plans for the Township of Oro-Medonte. Next slide, please. We have a few items on our agenda today. I will provide some examples of Rogers' commitment in Canada, how we help communities succeed, and our commitment to delivering rural and remote connectivity. We'll then go through an overview of the proposed Rogers Oro-Medonte build and how we engage and partner within communities. There will also be time at the end if there's any questions. Next slide, please. This slide highlights how Rogers is serving and investing in Canadian consumers, businesses, and communities, and shows how plans like we're going to show you today continue investment in Canada. Rogers has been investing in Canadian networks for decades, with $60 billion invested since the 1990s. Rogers recently announced that we will be investing $20 billion in our network over the next 5 years to help ensure network reliability and to keep Canadians connected to what matters most. As Rogers and Shaw come together, we will be investing $6.5 billion to enhance and expand our networks across Western Canada. We currently have over 25,000 employees in Canada, with 16,000 employees in Ontario. We're investing in the next generation through Ted Rogers scholarships, with over 2,000 scholarships awarded over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. At Rogers, we want to help communities succeed. It is our responsibility to empower Indigenous, underserved, and rural communities of Ontario with programs and connectivity improvements to bridge the digital divide and support community priorities. We recognize a build like we're discussing today is very much needed in these underserved areas. By building with fiber, speeds of up to 1.5 gigabits per second will be available immediately and will effectively support much faster speeds as technology advances. Some examples of what this enables includes video calling, online school, remote work of all kinds, use of streaming services, and cloud computing. Our intent is to build a future-proof fiber network at no cost to the township or its residents. We are here for our communities. We are expanding in new communities and want to become a part of these communities. We have a rich history in community support, shown by a few programs highlighted here. To name a few, Ted Rogers scholarships and community grants. In 2022, Rogers announced the awarding of community grants to over 70 registered charities and nonprofits. The Connected for Success program, which offers high-speed, low-cost internet to subsidize tenants, families with children, and individuals receiving disability and income support. This program will be available in all communities where Rogers services are offered. We are also introducing a new low-cost Connected for Success wireless program to make wireless services more affordable to 2.5 million eligible Canadians across the country. Next slide, please. We are committed to delivering rural and remote connectivity and bridging the digital divide throughout Ontario and many other parts of Canada. Through partnerships with all levels of government and support from government-funded programs, such as the Universal Broadband Fund, or UBF, EORN, Eastern Ontario Regional Network, and the Accelerated High-Speed Internet Program, or ASIP, we have committed millions of dollars to bring broadband and wireless connectivity to hundreds of communities throughout Canada. The Ontario government announced in August 2022 that the province had signed agreements with 8 internet service providers to bring access to as many as 339 municipalities across Ontario. As part of this program, Rogers will be connecting close to 100 communities. Through the UBF Rapid Response Stream, Rogers has deployed services throughout Ontario in communities like Carlsbad Springs, Gamebridge, Bass Lake, and Orr Lake. Additionally, we're investing more than $350 million in Rogers' fully funded proactive builds in underserved areas across the province. One example is our partnership with the Township of Ramera. Rogers is investing over $4 million to expand our fiber network across 38 square kilometers of underserved areas, serving more than 800 homes and businesses in Ramera. Next slide, please. Our project scope. This project addresses the internet requirements of both residents and businesses in Oro-Medonte. We are not planning on overbuilding any existing cabled areas, whether that is existing provider areas or planned through other broadband projects such as SWIFT. The project will include approximately 618 kilometers of new fiber and will reach approximately 3,484 homes and businesses. Most construction will be done underground and constructed using plowing or directional drill methods. Next slide. So this is probably the most interesting slide. This is our project map and schedule. The green roads are considered underserved and are where we will be building. The red roads currently have the minimum required speeds of 50/10 and will not be part of our project. As I mentioned on the previous slide, this plan covers 618 kilometers and 3,484 homes. We are currently in the design phase, and we expect construction to start this year, with construction completing by the end of 2025. And private property customer installs will happen throughout the construction process. Next slide, please. In closing, Rogers' commitment to benefiting the community means more than just fiber to the home. We will engage the community throughout our build process, engaging with landowners and stakeholders, driving community impact, economic benefit, revenue, and improved coverage. We will support local politicians and stakeholders with opportunities to tell their stories related to the investments, photo ops at community events, new site builds, joint storytelling, etc. We will strive to create jobs and drive economic development, increased revenue for local companies through our build and local partnerships. We will partner with local businesses on their telecommunication needs, including 5G innovations and applications. We are committed to helping those in need through financial and in-kind community contributions. Rogers will directly contribute to communities in the township through programs and events. And finally, we will ensure Indigenous engagement is a top priority, including local hiring for businesses. That's our last slide. Neil's also here to help if there's any more technical questions. So. Can open it up for questions now.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions of members of council? Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Jen. And I didn't catch your name, I'm sorry. Neil? Yeah. Great. I was interested to see there on that one slide, it said you're going to be delivering 1.5 gigabytes immediately.
That's right.
When is immediately?
Once the construction is completed and the homes are turned on, that's the speeds that will be available.
Okay. A question that I'm being asked by my constituents is why you're paralleled a main trunk line along Horseshoe Valley Road on the opposite side of on the north side, along with Bell on the other side, and you're taking a trunk line right out to Horseshoe Valley and Craighurst area. Well, they already have a service. They're already serviced. And we're just curious. My people are asking, Rick, why are they taking it out there when we've got all the areas in between that don't have it?
We built that. We built that trunk route a couple of years ago to support a few wireless builds along the route, along with some underserved homes along the route. Our initiative at the time was to get into the Horseshoe Valley area in Sugarbush, and also to the Horseshoe Valley Resort as a commercial client in there. And then we had stopped there in the valley. We do have plans. We have plans to go out west. There's a new subdivision in Craighurst that we're going to, and then there's also that trunk line will also help facilitate the build for what was on the map there. All the green roads that you saw, that trunk line will grow to the north and to the south from there to support that.
That doesn't sit well with a lot of the people in between, unfortunately, because they've already got the service, and we've got people in between. I think we're short like 10,000 of our population are underserviced. I'm not putting it all on your shoulders.
Along the Horseshoe Valley corridor?
Pardon me?
Is this along the Horseshoe Valley corridor you're speaking of, or just to the north or to the south of it?
Just in general, our population is around 26,000, and our underserved population is around 10,000.
Yeah.
So when we take a look at the geography of where the majority of people are accumulated, it's over in Horseshoe Valley, Sugarbush. But
right.
My constituents are complaining that Bell's already serviced them. Why has Roger gone in on the other side of the road? When you take a look at your map down along the shoreline of Lake Simcoe, it's not even on your radar.
I don't know if the map is still available. We do service a large portion already on the lakeshore area. Had service there for over the last 25 years.
Okay, one last question, sorry. Ramera, you're doing expansion from Ramera. How's that coming along? I'm hearing different stories.
There are numerous pockets that are completed. There's a last portion that we are finishing up.
Okay. All right, I know you guys are under a lot of pressure. Thank you.
No, that's okay.
No, and just to add, our intent is to get to all those underserved homes. There were certainly some projects, and given the various subsidy programs and how those were rolling out, some of the timing doesn't always align, and perhaps that's why we have been coming to some areas versus others, but the intent is to get to all of the underserved homes.
Okay, and that's not everybody's going to be fed with physical fiber line then. I don't think that's possible.
That is the intent.
Wow. Okay, good luck.
Councillor Young, then Councillor Bard, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. What's going on up in Moonstone? I see there's a one red dot there. Is that a tower or something there? What's Moonstone is north of the 400 there.
Yeah, that's just a red blurb because there's a lot of roads in that area, and all the roads are highlighted in red. So it's just because of the scaling of the map. So that's just showing, the red is just showing that most of the roads in Moonstone are not part of our scope because Bell is currently building fiber to the home and another provider as well. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bard?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just to clarify, so we're looking at all the green roads is where the project's going to be, correct? Okay, so a lot of the homes out there are going to be a significant distance away from the road. So how far does your commitment go, and then what costs would be on the homeowners roughly? So I just don't want to get people's hopes up and say, hey, you know, the internet's coming, but it's going to be $10,000 to get from the road to your house kind of thing.
No, the intent of the program is to connect from the road to the side of the homeowner's house with no cost to the residents. Now, there'll be some, and this is something I think we can take back in discussions we're having, is when we are going through and down the roads during construction, we'd like to connect as many homes, ideally all the homes, as we're passing. And we need consent from the homeowners to do so. If we don't get that consent when we're in there doing construction and we have to come back later on, that may be where there has to be some discussion.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Yeah, that makes total sense. That's about efficiencies. Councillor Clark?
Thank you. I'm going to follow along with a similar vein of Councillor Young and ask about my ward. Highway 93 is highlighted in blue, so it's a boundary line. Is that planning, so it's the western side there, the left side of the map, it goes through Crown Hill, Dalston, and kind of around Craighurst. Is that line currently served, or is it planned to be served under this project?
So I know from the Craighurst area south to Dalston, that was awarded to another provider to build. So that's out of our scope. And I believe south of Dalston, if there are any eligible homes along there, I know it's, I believe it's only on the east side of the road that there are a few as well in there that are eligible for our program.
We can also come back with the map that doesn't have the blue outline and we can see where the green is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yeah, thank you very much for the excellent report. There are a number of seasonal residents in the community, so if you're looking for that permission to avoid any misunderstanding or concerns later on, I'd suggest that you seek that permission early so that they don't kind of leave town and they're in Florida and they miss the chance. The second thing or request might be is once you do have the schedule formulated as to when you're going up the green lines, as it were, if you might not be able to provide an update of that to council so that we can at least get it out to the community, or find, if you don't do that yourselves, in other words, but that would be helpful so that people could know when it's coming, as it were.
Certainly. Yep.
And I'm very happy to hear that you're hooking up as you go. That's great, and I hope that doesn't cause any service problems with the connectivity. But good news. Glad to hear it's coming, and I know that 2025 seems like a long time to many, but
through the various programs, Rogers is expecting to connect 160,000 homes.
Yeah,
so 2025 is actually pretty close.
Yeah, I know. Thanks again.
Okay. Councillor Shell.
Yes, thank you. And one last question. Are you thinking of or planning on doing any of this wirelessly?
I would say that would be a last resort if we're not able to go with fiber, but the intent is to connect every home wherever possible with fiber.
Okay, thank you.
No. Any other questions? Neil and Jen, thank you very much. It's hard to please everybody, and you can't do everything immediately. Everything takes time, and there are challenges, and especially when you come to rural communities, because there's significant distance, and the economy scales for corporations are definitely in more congested urbanized centers. So, but I do appreciate you coming forward and giving us this update. It's very much appreciated by council and the public. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is there a motion?
Yes, there is. Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the deputation from Jennifer Gohan and Neil Canary, Rogers Communications, Inc., overview of Rogers Communications broadband expansion plans in the Township of Oro-Medonte be received.
No further discussion or questions, I take it, so I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor? That is passed. Okay, so we're going to jump now. Madam Clerk, if it makes sense to you, I'm saying we're going to jump to 11B. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, so could we have the motion, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Hutchinson. Be it resolved, one, that CS 2023-21, Jennifer Whitley, Economic Development Officer, Reed Township, sign strategy implementation and wayfinding signs tender extension be received and adopted. Two, that tender CST 2022-001, wayfinding signs fabrication and installation award, Phase 2, be extended to Spectra Advertising based on the previous quotes provided, up to the total amount of $50,000 inclusive of HST based on available funding. Three, that staff be authorized to execute the appropriate agreements on behalf of the township.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure, Jennifer, did you want to speak to this, or were you just here for any questions or discussion?
Through you, your mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions. I guess there was the previous comment from the public, so I'm happy to speak to that now if you wish.
Okay.
So the inquiry or statement had to do with gateway signs within the municipality. So that is included within this report as a secondary piece. So we are looking at replacing some of the secondary gateway signs within the municipality. We have a very small budget for what's remaining in the Simcoe County Economic Development Fund. And we haven't decided which of those signs will be replaced yet until we get all of the quotes from the various companies, but we will definitely take that one into consideration. Basically, we're weighting the different locations within the township. As you can see in the report, there was an example of one of the signs that is in quite disrepair. So we will take this into consideration as well with these comments and look at that going forward. I just can't comment right now if it's for sure going to be this year, but definitely take it into consideration going forward. And it is part of the overall wayfinding strategy and implementation.
Okay, so it will be put on the list as a priority item that's
Absolutely.
identified by a member of the public. Perfect.
Yeah.
Councillor Young.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Whitley, you heard again Bell mentioned. Do you know what the status of the tower is up in Moonstone? I've heard just some time ago that Bell is installing a tower up there for internet service. Is it possible to get a presentation from Bell here, as did Rogers?
Please go ahead.
We're dealing, Mr. Mayor, with signs at this point, so could we deal with the Bell issue offline, please?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, we can take care of that after. I can fill you in on what I know anyway, so appreciate that. Any other questions? Councillor Clark.
This may be a silly recommendation, but is it possible to potentially auction off the old signs as we're decommissioning them to raise money? Because I'm sure there'd be some people who'd be interested in purchasing one of the historical signs. Councillor Lavoie is laughing at me, but I can think of some individuals who might find them interesting.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think it depends on who owns the sign currently. So if it's a town, there are some that are township owned, there are some that are county owned. So it's definitely something that we can look into and bring that information back.
Spoken like an accountant. Anyways, Councillor Lavoie, see what you've started?
Yeah. I'm laughing because there's a sign that coming in just off Ridge Road there out of Barrie that says, "Welcome to Oro-Medonte. We've been expecting you," and it's just a disaster of a sign. And I did make that comment, and now I'm going to have to bid for it.
Councillor Hutchison.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just right now, it's great. I've seen some of the new signs. I noticed one the other day, but we've got inconsistencies in some of the verbiage on the signs. Some say, you know, just welcome. Some say, you know, I forget what the logo, sorry, I forget what the sort of the motto is for the township. And then Proud Heritage, Exciting Future. Thank you for the coaching there, Deputy Mayor. So will we eventually see a consistent look and feel to all of the signs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, definitely that is our plan and our hope. We felt the same way, that there was different taglines on each of the signs, and we actually are going forward in Schedule A, showing an example, and we're not actually including any taglines, just focusing on Welcome To and the logo to focus on that brand awareness of Oro-Medonte, and just then we don't have in the future to worry about that if there's any changes, and just keeps it consistent. And to be honest, the tagline's really small anyways, so in most cases it's too hard to read. So that is our plan going forward.
Supplemental?
Yeah, supplemental. And just to compliment, I think that the new signs are very attractive, and the use of the color and sort of the township logo is really very well done.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much. The motion's been read. All in favor? That is passed. May we have a motion for 11C, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchinson, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved, one, that CS 2023-22, Donna Hewitt, Director, Corporate Services, and Robin Dunn, CAO, Corporate Strategic Planning, be received and adopted. 2, that staff proceed with the project framework as identified in CS 2023-22. 3, that staff be authorized to enter into an agreement for services with Lockhart Facilitation, Inc. to facilitate the development of the 2024-2027 Corporate Strategic Plan in the amount of $23,400 plus expenses and HST. 4, that the proponents be advised of council's decision under the Director, Corporate Services signature.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hewitt, would you like to speak to this, or do you just want to be available for questions and answers? I think it'd be maybe if you could give a brief overview, that'd be appreciated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The Director of Operations and Community Services and the CAO and myself have been working on the development of a framework for council's consideration to update the corporate strategic plan. The current plan that we have is in place until the end of 2023, and we know that it's council's desire to have a new strategic plan in place beginning in 24. So we have developed a framework that will enable at various stages the community to be engaged in the process, because we understand and value the input that the community has. Gathering input from the community has been a consistent process that we have engaged with since we began this process back in 2010. So the framework has a number of opportunities, the first of which would begin in July, and then there would be additional engagement opportunities throughout the process. As well, the senior management team will be involved to provide input based on the master planning work that they have undertaken, because it's important that those considerations be a awareness for both the community and for council. So what we're proposing is a process that would commence immediately, engagement with council, and would see a draft plan for you by December, and then we would at that point turn things over to corporate communications to finalize the document and upload it to our website. So there is a fairly comprehensive communication plan that has been developed in consultation with corporate communications, and would take advantage of all of the various means that are available to us, including some of those community organizations that we have been working with, some of our paid opportunities, as well as the digital platforms. And then finally, the key piece to this resolution, aside from the framework, is the engagement of a third-party consultant to assist us. We followed an outreach process and requested quotations. We received 2. And based on our assessment of what was in the best interests of the corporation, including cost, our recommendation is Eric Lockhart. He has done a significant amount of work with many of our neighboring municipalities. He's been involved with a variety of different levels of government as well. And we feel that he would give us the best value and incorporate what would work best for the township of Oro-Medonte. So it is within our budgeted scope, and we're looking forward to getting started. So I would be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Members of council, do you have any questions for Ms. Hewitt? Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Ms. Hewitt. With regard to the engagement process and involving the community, I just noticed with some of the steps that are going to take place of facilitated community sessions. Can you tell me do we have a number on the number of sessions that we would have?
Through you, your mayor, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hutchison, we haven't got into that final detail yet. That will be the next step, is to determine what that final agreement looks like. There will be a number of opportunities for input, whether it's through emails, surveys, facilitated sessions. So we haven't got to that stage yet, but we will.
Supplementary?
Definitely.
If I could just perhaps just add a suggestion. During campaign time and talking with constituents about communication and input from the community, everybody really does appreciate when we have a community, an opportunity for a community session. And I would just lean on having more than one or two. I know there's an expense to it and it takes a lot of staff time, but I do know from speaking to the public that they really appreciate not just being able to engage electronically, but in person and meet as a community to be able to partake in something like this. So thank you.
No, thank you very much, Councillor Hutchison. And just to add on the comment, I know we can utilize the internet in many places in the township, but there are some that are struggling a little more with that. I think it's important that we, when we do these public community meetings, that we don't forget about the far north part of our township that sometimes feels like they're left out just because the population congestion's not there. So, but it is, as you can tell, Councillor Young, it's a red dot because there's so many streets and roads you've built up there now that intensification. Yes. So, any further questions? I guess the only other question I would have, Ms. Hewitt, is what potential things could delay this process in order to have it out to the public in January of 2024?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the rest of council, I think that we as staff and council will be in charge of that time frame, and if we want it to happen, it will happen. We're prepared to get underway next week with the consultant and start the process. So I think it behooves all of us to make sure that we recognize that and work towards that goal together.
Yeah, no, that's perfect, because a strat plan is essential for any community to move forward in a sustainable, responsible manner. Okay, so is there any other questions regarding this matter? If not, we'll call the vote. The vote?
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor? That's carried. May we have the motion for, well, I guess we'll move on, reports of municipal officers for information only. There's none. Reports of members of council. Are there any updates of members of council in regards to township representatives with your partner agencies? I hope somebody has something. It's Canada Day coming up. Councillor Bard.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. The Chamber of Commerce and Tourism has the grand opening of the farmers market on Saturday at 10 o'clock at Chapels, and the regular markets will be on Thursday evenings following that.
Good. No, and I know the one on Canada Day is always a massive success. So I'd encourage everyone to get out, and I know we'll have great weather. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to the floor. Part of the Aurelia and area physician recruitment and retention. I got an email yesterday morning. It surprised me. First of all, it's about them considering changing the name. I never heard about it until yesterday morning. It is a mouthful. It's tough to say. So they've considered, apparently, I'll just read you the email if you don't mind. As part of the OAPRRC action plan review conducted in the summer, fall of 2022, there was a discussion about changing the name of the committee to align with our geographic area and in keeping with existing local tourism market activities. For example, around the province, several recruitment groups have brands such as Georgian Bay Physician Recruitment or Kawartha Lakes Physician Recruitment. Our present name is lengthy and awkward. The action plan suggested 4 possibilities. I never heard of any of them. The one that was favored is Aurelia and Lake Country Physician Recruitment. We'd like to receive input from all committee members and most specifically from our funders in Severn and Oro-Medonte. Once we hear your thoughts, an email request for approval or decline of the name change will be sent to you. This is a time-sensitive subject. Given our website launch, please respond by Friday, June 30th, which is tomorrow. So, I responded. Good morning, Pat. With all due respect, I am not in favor of this proposed name change. I agree with you, it will align itself directly with the tourist sector of our area. When you Google Aurelia Lake Country, it takes you directly to the tourism page. That is already a registered not-for-profit organization. We would be infringing on their title, and it would not be directing traffic searching for physicians. On the other hand, if OAPRRC is a registered not-for-profit organization, we may need to change our legal name. I feel it would be confusing to researchers. So I mentioned in my email yesterday, perhaps change the name to Aurelia and District Physician Recruitment. Drop the retention, that is a mouthful. I know we are trying to make a deadline for the website. It may be a good idea to change the website launch date and put this matter to a board meeting on the agenda. Being new to the committee this year, this is the first I recall hearing about the name change. I also mentioned some of our local supporters may object to putting this important committee under the same umbrella as tourism. That was my response.
No, thank you for that update, and I think, yeah, no, it does become a mouthful. You get too many words. It's and I think they are recruitment right at the end of the day. So I think your comments are valid. So, anyone else have anything to report? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a few things. I just wanted to pick out a couple of highlights from the County Council. Excuse me. The AMO has submitted a letter to the Premier and Minister Clark indicating they'd like to seek to enhance the municipal codes of conduct and compliance. So they want to update those by way of workplace safety and harassment, flexible administrative penalty regime, increasing training, and allowing municipalities to apply to a member of the judiciary to remove a sitting member. And I think this was on the provincial docket just prior to the last election and fell off. So hopefully it'll come back up again. I know there's been complaints. You hear, in the press and everything about the conduct of councillors and other matters. The county, in coordination, and it might be helpful for us to report back to our own township strategic plan sessions, but the county has had strategic plan sessions with their councillors, in light of the review of their, through a facilitator by the province, which is going to be a big issue. And the province, I think, is assured that they're not just simply going to break up Simcoe County, but there's a renewed interest as a result of it, and that's good to see. So, you know, definitely things like enhanced purchasing power were discussed, consolidation and amalgamation of services, water and wastewater management, waste management continuing, fire and emergency, health services, asset management, roadways, and a review of the governance model itself. Now, the governance model has been reviewed a number of times, as I've heard, and I guess there's no happy outcome, it seems. But nonetheless, there's a lot of activity going on in that, and I think we should all stay tuned to it because it's going to have an effect on us and all of our neighboring townships, and it could be a big effect. An interesting item that came up was the high school at Wasaga Beach. They currently bus 80 high school students in and out of their townships daily, and they have no high school. Now, I think we did support this motion for them, but I think what we also indicated to them was that they would be on the list like the rest of us. And unfortunately, we've had the Horseshoe School on the books for 10 years. So simply getting it in front of the province and getting approval for it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the funding. And of course, Shanty Bay is another one that's, although approved, is still not seen any shovels in the ground. So I think it just points to the fact that all of the townships are facing a severe demand because of a great number of students and high growth in the county, but you know, we're putting up temporary training rooms and teaching rooms. So I think it's an important issue. We should stay with it. I did want to bring up the AED installation issue because it did come up as a kind of a hot button item over the on social media, and I think that Councillor Hutchison is able to speak to that a little bit as well, because she's reached out to the supplier to understand what AEDs are on the books right now and what their schedule is. And I think I also want to mention, with all due respect to Councillor Schell, that we're all looking forward to the Canada Day parade in Hawkstone this weekend. Yay, Hawkstone, and your 100 years and all that. So I look forward to seeing everybody out there on Saturday. And with that, I'll just pass the floor to Councillor Hutchison.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Yeah, the AED project, which has really been near and dear to my, pardon the pun, heart for a long time, since we did the original installation at the Fourth Line Park in golly, I think now it's 2020. We've had amazing community involvement, and really what's happened is we've been able to create this momentum forward to make Oro-Medonte cardiac safe, and we have incredibly engaged community members who have put time, energy, and money into raising funds to place these units in Oro-Medonte parks. And of course, people are anxious to see the results of the fruit of their effort, and so there's been a lot of questions lately as to what's happening with the installations. So I have a bit of an update in that currently there are now save stations that have been installed in Bayview Memorial Park, Danny McHugh Park, and the Sweetwater Park. They all went in the first week of May. Shellswell Park has the AED. They've run into some complications in the installation because a large trench has to be dug and cabling put in order to get the unit to the electrical supply. So the fire department is working very closely on that right now, and what I'm told is they hope to have that project completed by the end of next week. Shanty Bay, I believe 2 units have been purchased. They're still waiting for them to be delivered and then installed. So not only will we be looking to have a ribbon cutting for these units, but I think more importantly is then the public information sessions and the PR that we will do through the township to help people understand where they are, when to use them, how to use them, not feel afraid to use them, but also other pieces as well, such as don't open the unit if you don't need to, because I'll just put this out there. There has been some false alarms on some of the units that are in place right now because people are curious and they're opening the cabinets. It sends off an alarm to the fire station. They have to go reset the unit. It wastes time for our volunteer firefighters where they could be better spent actually dealing with fires or a true heart emergency. So it's those public information sessions and education sessions that are going to be so important to coincide with the installations and ribbon cuttings. So what I would like to ask is for us to have a fulsome report through the fire chief at our next meeting as to where we are on the installations and the steps going forward.
Thank you very much. You know, and just actually at the AGM, the 8 Mile Point residents too have taken on the project to gather as a community to put to start with one AED unit and potentially expand it from there. I think the township and its residents need to be applauded and commended on the amazing work they've done. We've become kind of the role model of a township, of a number of communities gathering in order to make sure that we have our township covered off as best as possible. So a big thanks to all the people who've helped fundraise over the past couple of years. Councillor Bard, you're just playing, no, just don't touch your cards. So, but I guess the only other thing I know, the mosque is having their Canada Day celebration at 11, and as Deputy Mayor Lavoie touched on, the parade is at 1 o'clock, but the people in the parade are to be there, I believe, at 12:15, 12:30. Similar to the clerks who want us here in plenty of time to log on to make sure we're not having difficulty. So, and then just you know, not to downplay the importance of the discussion about the high school. Schools are a big demand throughout the province. I believe the number was, and I know it's a slip of the tongue. It wasn't 80 students that go from, we'll say it's 800 that go from. No, you forgot to say. You forgot to say 80 times 10. So, but anyways, no. But it is, and we have been reaching out, just so the public knows. We did have a meeting with MPP Downey last week in regards to the Shanty Bay School and the Horseshoe School in order to help us push to get those projects out to tender so we can move forward. Growth is happening, and with it comes kids, and the schools are maxed out now. So it's great to build more homes. I do agree with that. But if we're building all these homes and there's kids, where are we going to educate them? So, but anyways, any other comments from members of council? Seeing none, then that wraps up our updates. Announcements, I think we've covered all that off. Is there anything from the senior management team as far as announcements you want to? Consent agenda, there is none. Communications petitions, none. Notice of motions, none. We're wheeling through this pretty good, I think. No, you sure no one wants to bring a notice of motion forward? Going once. Okay, number 18A, I do not believe there will be a bylaw because of the discussions we had in regards to item 18A, the previous item. So 19, what we will be doing is we are going back into closed session now to finish up discussions in regards to some short-term rental matters that didn't get fully finished earlier. So we will now leave this session and log back into closed and then come back shortly after. I don't think it'll take more than 20 minutes. Look at me. How many questions were you going to ask? Anyways, we won't be long, and if you have logged off by the time we come back, I wish everybody happy Canada Day and have a great weekend.
Nope.
Thank you. Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 5:57 p.m. to discuss solicitor-client privilege, litigation affecting the municipality, short-term accommodation enforcement / legal opinion.
All in favor? That is passed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchinson. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 6:46 p.m. and report on the closed session item 4D.
All in favor? That's carried. And may we have a motion for 4D emanating from closed, please?
Thank you. There are two motions, moved by Hutchinson, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the confidential memorandum correspondence dated June 26, 2023 from Brian Chung, Airden Burles LLP, confidential correspondence dated June 28, 2023 from Chris Williams and Jasmine Fraser, Airden Burles LLP, and confidential verbal information presented by Chris Williams and Jasmine Fraser, Airden Burles, and Derek Whitlib and Curtis Shelswell, Solicitor, client privilege, litigation affecting the municipality, short-term accommodation enforcement be received, and 2, that staff proceed as directed by council.
All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a confirmation bylaw motion? Or you have the second motion, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Whereas the Township of Oro-Medonte has passed into law zoning bylaw 9795, in brackets, the bylaw. And whereas the use of dwelling units located in most zones for temporary accommodation is not permitted by the bylaw. And whereas on April 26, 2023, staff of the Township of Oro-Medonte had provided residents and council with report DS 2023-29, short-term accommodation enforcement for information only. Now therefore be it resolved that staff report back to council at the July 12, 2023 meeting of council regarding enforcement analysis, progressive steps, and reporting structure to formalize the implementation of short-term accommodation enforcement. And further, that staff report back to council regarding zoning options for bed and breakfast establishments.
Any questions? Seeing none, I'd call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Now may we have a confirmation bylaw, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchinson, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-062, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, June 28, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, be engrossed by the deputy clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion to adjourn, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 6:49 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried. I want to thank everyone for streamlining in or video and attending in person, and wish everyone a happy Canada Day long weekend, and look forward to seeing you at the farmers market and at the Hawkstone Parade.